That was a really nice fucking roll.
Are we ready? I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev livestream. That was an interesting music transition. Whoop. Hey, my name is Adam. Hang on a second. Try this one more time. Okay. Hey, my name's Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're doing some more work on Insignia Dev, of course. And yeah, it's been an okay day for me. I've been kind of a bit distracted working on something that is important, but not what I planned to work on today. So we're going to try and get back on track, keep it another focused development day. I just cut my foot on some glass. I was going to play tennis this afternoon. I hope I'm going to still be okay to do that. Because we broke a glass like 2 or 3 days ago. No, like a week ago now. And I was really careful about like sweeping it all up, but I must have missed a tiny little piece. Is my mic clipping? It may be clipping a little bit. I can turn it down slightly. How's that? Is that better? I'm sort of speaking a little bit. How's that? Maybe that's a bit better. Maybe I was too close. Okay. So maybe I'll boost it just a little bit more. I'll try to stay in a good spot relative to it. Cool. Yeah, I actually do have a robo vacuum, but I don't really use it anymore because the place that we live in currently has it's got a lot of carpet and a lot of like parts of the house that kind of like are just not very accessible for a robo vacuum. So, you know, it's just a bit weird like that. But anyway, shall we get into some game dev? I don't want to spend too much time. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. A big thank you to the 34 people watching the Twitch stream and I don't know how many people watching YouTube. Hello, hang on. 34 on YouTube as well. Wow, that's crazy. You're neck and neck, you two. Big thank you to most recent follower Rivet the Links and most recent subscriber Sneaky Pops. Thank you so much. All right, let's get into it. I really do need to work on the pitch deck this weekend, probably finish it by then. There is a fair bit of like it's strange. There's a fair bit of work I have to do, like almost like asset work for the pitch deck and even for like the teaser stuff. It feels like a weird way to spend my time to be doing that kind of stuff. And maybe I'm not the one who should be doing it. Maybe somebody else should be doing it, but I don't know how to offload some of that stuff. It's kind of like, if it's not me, who's gonna do it? Particularly like a couple different like, you know, character concept poses for Armin in a consistent style and a background art. I've also got to do some references for the animation for this teaser trailer, which is now, we had to sort of shrink it a little bit to get it ready for some stuff. There's some very exciting stuff that's coming right around the corner that happened like last night for me. I wish that, so I don't have my Twitter notifications turned on. And I missed like a message from a very well-known YouTuber. And I've since caught up with them, and we're gonna figure something out. But what that means is that I kind of want to get things really ready for that. If that happens, I don't want to not have a Steam page when that piece of content goes out, because it will elevate the Steam page if it exists. When's the alpha demo? The next demo is probably coming in the end of Feb. All right, so yeah, I think just like getting my stuff in order is really important. Normally I would use Leonardo for this. We could do it. It feels really weird to be working on this today, considering, man, I think it's important. I think it's time actually to do this. Maybe if I dedicate just 2 hours to it, maybe if we time bank it, it'll be a bit better. So, yeah, basically what we got to do is go check out our Steam page, and I want to make more stuff in this style. That's the goal. So there are lots of little, like kind of like this, but like all in the same style. Is the My Review game out of stock? Oh, hey, Lazy Guru, could we reject whatever's in the current stack? Because I didn't do that last night, but I wasn't able to reject it because I wasn't signed in on Twitch at the time. But somebody asked for it. It might have been a game review. Hey, Squiggy. Hey, Celsius. When's my birthday? Oh, I can't say. That feels a little bit like, I don't know. I don't want to like dox myself, you know? So actually, like a lot of these poses that I've come up with in the past, do I still want them paused? Maybe. Some of these frames, like this one here, is actually like really good. This one's pretty good too. So when we come over here, like that, and almost this one. I don't mind it, but it's not bad. This, obviously we're looking at this guy. I think maybe we keep them paused for today. I'm really sorry for those of you who did want a game review. I just don't know if I can do that today. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently it sounds like my mic is clipping. I've got a noise gate and I've got gain on it. Hang on, let me take the gain off. That doesn't need to be there at all, actually. Let's take that away completely. Okay, and then, oh, that's much better. Okay, hang on. Now we've got something here. Let me pull this threshold up. And that should be a bit clearer, a little better. Sorry, I was like limiting it and adding a gain, so it probably sounded a little fuzzy on the top. But that was old OBS settings from the previous mic. Hey Ishrak, just because I'm busy today, that's all. Dyrol says, hey Adam, sorry if I'm out of topic and my English is very bad. I wonder what application you use for scheduling your work. Figma. This is called Figma. But it's not just for scheduling, it's for everything. It's just a UI design app, actually. But you can use something like Trello or Choir if you're interested. Cool. All right. Yeah, I gotta do some stuff today. I gotta be really busy with this. All right. So, how far am I? Well, pretty far, but there's still a couple of years to go. We're like past the 50% stage. We're almost into the like, in terms of the work that needs to be done, the time that needs to be spent on the game to get it from start to release. We're like, I feel like we're like 70% of the way through. Content-wise, more like 30 to 50. Okay, so I like this. I think I can do a little better actually than this, but I like the vibe. Even the style of the eyes and stuff like that. So let's maybe try, I don't know if it's worth like tracing over, or this can be quite a tedious step, I think. If I was using something like Clip Studio Paint, I feel like it would be much better. Just because I know editing this would be a lot easier in that, but I don't really know how to use Clip Studio very well. And I don't want to like waste my time learning how to use it. So I think there's something wrong here where like, we're kind of off center a little. We're kind of like looking over here, but I kind of want him to be a little bit more forward and attacking kind of at us. This is called Leonardo, this app. Definitely not just paint. Okay, so let's just sketch this out. Maybe not quite so much. Maybe more like here. But actually higher up. Like that. Actually, the version that I had originally was more like arm out, sword out this way. Which I still think was good. Maybe even back. with like flames or something coming off it. Hey, Ao Neko. Welcome. Drongo. That's very kind. It's too far over this way. No, I think this does need to be like this, but probably more like that. Widen those hips a little. The problem with this is it's not very compact. So if I was to draw this, you know, I feel like what you really want is something that can be placed inside of a rectangle. So as a piece of key art, it kind of needs to be, kind of needs to come back towards us. And then maybe a bit of fire coming off his feet, a little kind of wrapping around him. That's cool. Like if it's like a lunge, that's sick. This needs to be kind of more like a bit, almost like a little kung fu. But then that gives us justification to raise that. It's okay to go either way, I think. It's either this or it's way off the other direction. So it's either this or it's right back. Sword like facing way away from us. Maybe even like almost kind of more like triumphantly. In which case you'd go kind of up higher. Lower this. He's actually right-handed. That's a good point. Like we kind of want duck the head over. This is Leonardo. Actually, I think kind of rotating him slightly off center is probably better here. Get this right, hang on. Not so over the top. The way I was looking at it, we had a really good angle of the top of his head, but I feel like that's not right. Sorry if my facial expressions look insane right now. I'm just, when I work like this on this kind of thing, I get really fixated and my brain doesn't know what face to make. So it goes into like this very stern, you know, I look super locked in. Yeah, I might straighten this out. I really like that dynamic of like having the opposite arm and the opposite leg kind of do the same thing. But at the same time, like it's gotta work still. It's a good heuristic, but it doesn't always work. I don't think we quite got that right. I added a twist in there somehow that isn't really on point. I think this shirt's got to do a bit of work here as well. And then it's like, oh, this doesn't work at all. Like, this shoulder makes no sense. No, it doesn't work. I gotta stop whatever this is. I gotta stop doing that. I think maybe we shorten this. And then the question is, how do we get... Here's the shoulder, there's the shoulder, and then this should be foreshortened enough that it's basically not even... His biceps kind of just like... Yeah. Got very messy all of a sudden. Might need a reference. Are you not liking the audio sound? Still. What's the problem now? There's not much there. I mean, there's a little bit of a limiter on there. And a noise gate. I can turn the noise gate off if that... But I think you want to do that. I think you want that. It's still super crispy. In a good way or a bad way? Hey, Netconto. I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly. Hey. Maybe I should bring this across. It really feels like whatever's happening with this shoulder should be crossed over that way. It's the same on the other shoulder. So this would be like more here. And I wanted it to be kind of like more risen up. Maybe his hand should be open. I do like the idea of him holding the sword up a little more. But that means we'd have to flatten this perspective and get a little bit more height out of this. And then this becomes like that. That is definitely more natural though, I think, than where we were headed. And even show a little bit of elbow here. And then the sword, I think, needs to then be kind of more like... different, because now it comes in and then we've got the hands closing over it, the thumb like this kind of thing. Maybe not quite that much. That's kind of better. Now this needs to be a lot lower than that. And we want this to sort of feel more like that. It's starting to come together. Still want mostly like this though. Don't know if it's a strong pose. It's starting to look anatomically a bit better, but I don't know if it's good yet. Because if you're going to swing a sword, just play back your VOD from yesterday versus today. But I was doing this, yes. I have the same chain from yesterday to today. So if it sounded good yesterday, but it doesn't sound good today, that doesn't make any sense. Sounds like it did yesterday. Okay. I mean, it might be a little quiet now because I turned the gain down. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I didn't change it. You know what I mean? At the start of the stream. Hey, Ice Note, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I'm not fixating on it, so if nobody else does, then it's all good. Hey, Meowj. Yeah, I agree with you, Nat. I agree with you. I think the bend kind of helps load this to say, okay, this can swing if it's like that. So, I mean, the shoulder is obviously as you know. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. We could probably, you know, if you're up here, you have a lot to come down. I think it's pretty good now, actually. I don't really have a lot of time to like get too pedantic about it. I want to be able to draw like effective shapes sooner. I think it's pretty good. Hey, Cody. Thank you so much for joining us. And a big thank you to Bismuth Main. Bismuth Mien, thank you so much for the follow. All right. Now this could probably go up a little higher. And maybe we see a little bit of the belt. Kind of like that. We're pretty close to the same thing. Not sure how direct, how like 3/4 versus front on this should be. Sharp versus soft. I want this to be the ref. So let's come over here and grab that. I use a pen. No, they don't stream. It's just me. They're welcome to, but they're just not streamers. A little bit, maybe a little bit. The thing is about his hair is it's kind of a big sweep. To me, that feels like this is coming. Too much. I gotta make sure I remember to breathe. I'm super locked in. It's not healthy. I'm on like American sniper mode, like holding my breath. Ooh, okay. I wonder if we could extend his torso just a little bit, or if that takes the wind out of it. I'm not sure. What happens if we do like just a little bit of this? Maybe we bring this back in. Maybe we bring this up a little. We could do either, this could be straight out, or we could have it. Changes it quite a lot, doesn't it? Oh. Good point, good point. Hey, Maro the Sloth. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. What'd I do here? Oh, I actually had it kicked out. Okay, well, it looked good there, so why don't I just repeat that? Doesn't look good though right now. Just figure this out. Zoom out and think about it. You ever just like pretend to be Mid-Journey and just like just sort of dream something out of a blob? It's definitely like around here. It's definitely sort of in this space. I know. It's terrible that the analogies are easier to make with AI. Do you ever use your imagination like an AI? You ever just clone, you ever just like emulate what an AI does and just like imagine things? I saw this computer do this thing where it came up with something that it had never seen before, and I thought maybe I should try doing that. What's this sketch for? The idea is I want to put a bunch of different key art for the game, just in places where it's being presented, like pitch decks, Kickstarter, that kind of thing. And I don't have a lot of like sexy key art like this. I just don't have a lot of it. So I'm just putting some together so that I've got that kind of like back catalog of stuff I can just use. It just helps really sell like what we're going for if you can see it, you know, like in different, if the brand is cohesive. My arch nemesis, hands. Isn't it crazy how like we find hands difficult, but also AI finds hands difficult? I feel like that's how you know that whatever the AI is doing, it's pretty close to what we're doing. You know, whatever it's doing is pretty close to us, because we fail in the same ways. Hey, Pixels. Sortazar says, would you go far to use that feature on Steam to do a game profile for us to buy without Steam points? I don't actually know what that means. What are you saying? Sorry, I might be unfamiliar with what you mean. Oh, like in the background of a Steam profile? Yeah, sure. I'll make it available for you. You like want to like use... You want to have like an Insignia themed Steam profile. That's cool. You know, I really thought I had it to begin with, and I really don't think I've got it now. Like, how did that look? It looked good to me. Whatever this was, it was like, oh yeah, I see that. And now it's like, what was I doing there? Oh, that's better. Hang on. When I'm so like locked in like this, it's really hard to see what I'm trying to go for. Like, I think I know what I'm doing, and then I start drawing lines and I'm like, I'm lost. I think there's just maybe too much confusion. It's roughly right, but I think we're sort of not quite right here. The perception of what his head, how big his head is a little off. trying. I'm trying. I think that's better. Unless it should be from, unless he's above us. Or that's totally different and also interesting. That would completely change what this needs to be. Because then you tip this up. Do this with the neck, and you have to tilt it all back. Might even be easier to sort of make it a bit more side on. It's more like nah, I don't think so. Bring it up even higher. Shallow this out. It's kind of different. Hey, Jadix, thanks for the follow. You bring it back down. It's it's different. They're like, he's like coming at you from above thing. I feel like if you do that, then you also have to do this. Like kind of bring us your perspective of like this coming towards you with the boot or something like that, you know? Maybe even like you get really dramatic with it. Now he's like right on top of us. He's gonna kick us in the face. Then this needs to be like way back here. I mean, I don't hate it. It's kind of cool. It's more dramatic in a way. Yeah, I'm saying this is like him looking directly at us. It's like he's... you gotta put this here. Nope. Hang on. Try again. It's kind of cool, but I don't know. Is it too much? Doesn't the skin need 3 shades? You talking about this? It needs as many as you want. I don't know. That's what I liked. You mean this one here? You liked this one? The other sketch to the right, both face you and have a solid action look. One under it. This? My skin? Hey, McKinnell, thanks for gifting that sub. Let's name them. Well, C is basically just B all over again. Let's call this D. Let's call this E. And this F. You're asking to learn? There's only 2 tones here. 1, 2. 2 tones here. 1, 2. This has 3 tones because I want it to look shinier. So I'm just playing with extra shapes, you know? 1, 2, reflection. If it looks good, it's good. C and F are solid. I might bring this, I mean, the shoe's a little bit much. Well, let's keep it where it was, just for shoots and goggles. I don't know how we're gonna make this work. I mean, do you bring this down? Go up higher? Oh, maybe go up higher. Can you make this feel a little bit more like it's a bit more downrange? I think it's important that the style, whatever we do, has a more aspirational, kind of cartoony, fluid, kind of motion, kind of burst effect. Like we're really feeling the energy, and that dictates what the style is. I feel like that's actually, the more I work on this stuff, the more important that feels. like giving you the real sense of like, oh, this is almost like a karate kick. He's almost coming in like, what's his name? Like Bruce Lee style. We're not far from it being more like, you know? I think if I take this and just push it more, it'll also work. I think it's not bad. I just think maybe I was getting a bit too, you know, it's like sometimes I'm thinking first about like what's on model with Armin. I don't love matching leg with sword angles. B. You think this one's the best? Yeah, the first thing I drew of this ages ago was this, where it was more out sideways, like he was casting across the screen. That was how I first thought of this shot. Something like this. The problem is, it's I don't know. You end up having to draw across the body. There's a lot of like if you're trying to show the VFX, it's hard to compress it, like all the fire and stuff like that. It's just a difficult shot to use in a vertical frame. It's not very compressed. And this came from that. There was another shot that I drew ages and ages and ages ago. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find this thing. Okay, check this. See if I can find it. There was a poster I drew of Armin leaping over a... Oh, it's not in here. Wow, that's crazy. Armin... Where? It was him like leaping over a fireplace, doing the same kind of thing, but I had that kind of shape to it that I was just drawing here. We could bring this in as well. Like, let's just try one more time, just from the pose out. We go. Could do, so it was like this. You do sword this, like this, hand here, elbow out this way, this arm this way, doing the hand crossing over. But the sword can now be like behind the head. Then you have the head here, body twisted kind of forward, one leg up and like this, other leg down and like this. Now you rotate that towards us a little bit. And that's what I was thinking. You can stretch this out if you want. So it's like a big, it's gonna come down. So from the front, that would look like, you're seeing the underside of his head. I mean, that's really aggressive, that angle. You know? Like that. To shrink this though. Shrink this too. Kind of back here. Yeah, I would even maybe take this and then shrink it, put it out this way, and then flatten it a little with the elbow out here. And the sword maybe more like that. And then you have like the fire going around his body. Hey, Chaboa. In fact, actually, let's swap this back over this way. Change my mind. Good morning. All right. It sounds like the answer is if we come back to this and we use this, we can literally just achieve something like this by kicking the elbow out. So how about we do that? Like this. Angles off. Hang on. Yeah. With the sword. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like that. Okay. Gotta zoom out and draw it out here. But maybe it's too... Maybe this needs to be more like this. If I rotate it a little. Oh, thanks. Zdravko. Thank you. Hey, Mastermind. I'm not sure about today, unfortunately. I sort of have to book it a little bit this week. So I'm not sure. I know if I do a game review, I know I want to do a good job and I'll spend a lot of time on it. Would you be all right to wait till Monday? Sorry to put you off twice. Okay. I think we can push this further even again. I just don't know how crazy I want it to be. You guys seem to like the dynamic poses a little more. The like weirder camera angle stuff. That's correct, Colin. Yeah. Yeah, on Twitch we have channel points. So, it's kind of like people can accrue those points and then they can spend them on different things to do with the stream. And one of those things is for me to review their game. And usually I go through, pretty thoroughly. I'll spend 20 or 30 minutes playing it. It's typically like, it's designed really for like jam games or very, very small Steam games. And I'll go through, play like maybe, 10, 15 minutes of it and give my impressions on particularly things like onboarding and how you kind of like address the player in those initial first beats, and what I think the game, just brutal honesty about like my first impressions basically. I try to be constructive, of course. Looking a little thin there. Almond, more like twiggin. Yo, thank you so much, Blackjack. One, two, three, four. Wait, which one is the... Hang on a second. That's not a finger. I still think we could go further. Yeah, man, that's better. Maybe even push this out a little more. Also, this is wrong. If he's gonna chop, it should be more like this. Let's simplify as a rectangle for now. Yeah, that's better. Whew. Oh, so hard because the sword has a contour to it as well. So it's like, that'll do. I gotta just draw maybe this bit here. But then obviously the cup doesn't quite line up because that has to be more vertical too. So maybe it's more just that I didn't do this quite right. And then of course the sword needs to be further down because I still didn't align it right. Hang on, I'll get there. There we go. It's getting close. It is working. I might like just take this and then damn it, this, and maybe just go a little bit more like that and try to get this a little bit more. Oh. That. Still not quite right. I think it might be the hand. I think you kind of want to see the pommel a little bit. Well, the sword blade is wide. That's just a feature of this sword. It's just got a really wide, it's kind of like a hand and a half. Like a big, bulky, like a mini Buster Sword crossed with the Falchion from, or Falchion from, what's the game? Fire Emblem. If you take like Marth's sword and the sword from, like the Buster Sword from Final Fantasy VII, and you take the Royal Greatsword from Breath of the Wild, that's what this is. You fuse those three together in a hand and a half size. So like, this thing, this really wide Claymore style thing, whoop. Like kind of like this, but just more wide. And then like Marth's Falcon, not very well. That's not it. The Lucina one, Lucina. Yeah, this kind of like the way it sort of, I don't know, flanges out a little bit like that. And then of course the Buster Sword. Or even like Hard Edge. Just like that really, I don't know, it's chunky, for sure. Howdy. And the guard is reversed. So instead of it having like a fencing kind of basket style hand guard, it's like a grail, like a chalice. And that was originally designed as like, conceptually, it's like you could like drink from the blood of your enemies. You know, like the blood, the what do they call them? The grooves in the sword, with like the blood. It's like the blood's supposed to run down the tang of the sword. It's like, well, this is like there's like a cup where it all of it drains in there. Fuller. Maybe I should have defined a vanishing point. Maybe that's a good idea if I'm going for a hard perspective like this. I think you're probably right. Let's see if we can actually like play with that idea. I don't really do those. So forgive me if this is like extremely amateurish. I can like see it. But I kind of want, how do you do the 2-point perspective thing? Thought I could just wing that one, but yeah, this thing. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, I'm sort of there. I'm not really sure how to do this. I'm trying my best here. Now the question is that how I want it? I think so, but I think I want it like more here, or even like down here, the actual horizon line. This is a pixel art channel, typically, yeah. Cool, good luck. You would need 3 point? I'm running out of points here. I feel like his perspective doesn't need to be that. Like, there's not that much you can do here, you know? I'm happy. Like, I think he fits quite well for what he is. If you want it to look quite this high, maybe we could bring the foot up. Because we're above the horizon line. He's above us. But it's not, like, I'm okay. I just don't know how worth it would be to do that. And even if we are going to do this, I might try to tip this a little down. Just so it's not dead flat at us. But then we come back here again and we're back where we started. With this as the midpoint. I don't hate it. Draw a box around the character to check the perspective. Yeah, I mean, for me, you mean like a diamond? Like in this case, I guess. I mean, I could draw here, like, hang on. One second. Then it's kind of like the perspective should warp it a little. This is maybe a little too high. I don't think it's going to change anything that I do here. I think it's fine. I think I'm happy with it. I could bring things forward and push things out. But like, I don't, like I think I'm more just determining what I want that, like, it's like, what is the pose doing? Yeah, we're gonna get caught in a circle here if we just keep iterating on it though. At some point you gotta go, this is it, this is what we're doing. So let's just put this here, put this here. I still kind of like how far we pushed this. It's cool, but I think the eyes carry it. I think if we simplify it and we take the eyes away, it won't look as interesting. Or if we add eyes to the others, it'll look good too. I still, I think the bent is way better. Actually, this is looking pretty good. I like the foreshortening here. The perspective looks good. We could go even further. Pulling this thinner. Maybe even down a little more. But then maybe face it down a little bit better. That puts us back over here. So the alternative would be to bring it closer to us, like what this one's doing, where we do this. We go, actually, this is above us. And actually, the more closer we get to the foot, the bigger it gets. I don't think we need it to be super big. If we can go take this logic. We can shrink this down maybe like this much. The only thing here is that we probably want this to be a lot. Maybe this should be higher. We're going to do that. Maybe we show just the underside of this sole, just a sliver of it, and then we show this. It is a cool look, pushing that perspective. Pretty good. Might just tilt it ever so slightly to the left. It's pretty good. Sort of smear this out further. What do you think of that? I think it's getting more of this out of than that, which is good. Yeah, I like it too. Okay, next thing is, do we lift the head up ever so slightly? I think maybe dead straight. I'm torn between like leaning into us, like he's like, you know when people are like really, your horizon line looks more like it's around the lower shoulder. You mean like here? Well, the thing is, his pose, if you were to take him and look at him from the side, like if we were standing level with him, right? He's got his chest should be forward a little. He's sort of in an almost seated position. But like this is like this. This is us. This is profile. Arm is here. He's sort of leaning forward. This is kind of forward like that. That's the one foot. The other foot is back here, stuck out to the side. His shoulders, let's try this again. This is one arm, hand, and then behind that would be the other arm coming up to the hand here. And his head is sort of here, if that's his shoulder, there. So he's already, my point here is that if that's the perspective, if that's what he's doing, then we should be seeing, even if we're here looking up at him or here looking up, this looks like it's on plane because it's tilted towards us. That's what I'm trying to think. Yeah, you can link something, Meow. Because he's leaning towards us a little from his waist up. This creates a V where we can see this. You know, we can see the knee is dead on, and this also is dead on. If you lift the head up, you have to change everything. No, I mean, it's just a question of like whether this is facing this way towards us, or whether he's back here with his neck this way, looking down range to us. Like, if you lean the chest back ever so slightly, and then you lift the head back, now it looks like he's back here, just doodling along. You know, you could be here or up here. Oh, that's sick too. Oh, Meow, you're so good. Whoa, what an artist. That's a sick. This is like, additionally, like I love this pose. Oh, it's so fluid. This is like a Dragon Ball. Like, this is like a, can I like, yeah, you're so good. This is like a, you know, like they've just sprung off the foot. Little rocks here. Oh, that's so sick. See, this is why I'm not an artist. This is why I'm not like if I was like a full-time 2D artist, maybe one day I could build this level of confidence. It takes me a long time to do anything that feels like it's this. This looked like you just went shoo 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 shoo, and then it was perfect. Yeah, there's something that I love about this idea of this tilted right at us, but it's just really hard to communicate it. So like this, as this arm comes towards us, imagine this hand gripping the sword too, and now it's this. It's like, you know, lunging at us. The problem is, this is such a good showcase of the sword. Similar to what I'm doing here. It's almost the inverse. You know, you want to see the blade design. So I like what you've got here. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's really strong. Great work. Oh, mine looks so bad now. Oh, now I gotta come back to this garbage. Yeah, I guess I could. I don't know what to do with it anymore. I guess I could bring this like, so it's so like, I think I'm so committal with everything I do with all my shapes and stuff that like, I never get that. And it's just not as natural to me to do it either. Yeah. Oh, that's so good. So like we could push harder on this, bring it up. No, but I feel like you gotta do the side thing. I feel like it's gotta be more like this. If anything, bring it over this way. And then you kick this knee out this way. That's how my brain wants to do it. But maybe this should then be smaller. Go back down this way again. I wish I had your skill, Meow. Yeah, of course. I mean, we all did. It's not like exactly DBZ, but I'm seeing like, there's a thing with Armin where like, because he's got the sword, there's something Trunksy about him that I think maybe just makes it easy to draw that little association. Yeah, I grew up drawing Dragon Ball. That was how I got started too. I wasn't very good at it. This is the thing, like I think by the time, my issue was I enjoyed art. Yeah, I liked doing it. But I wasn't like, I guess the word would be studious enough with it. I didn't follow enough tutorials and stuff to really get like what's the word? For it to be like my main thing. Like I didn't go to like art school. I didn't do that kind of stuff. So for me, by the time I was like 16, 17, I'd already started kind of getting into programming and stuff. And that's where my art skills kind of ended. Now, of course, I've been doing so much like pixel art and stuff that I have been improving, but there's a difference. There's like a level of like anatomy and, you know, understanding perspective that with pixel art, you kind of don't really have to do quite as much. And even when you do, you can kind of play with things a lot more. Whereas I think with like manga style art, it's kind of like, it's different altogether. Like you really have to be able to understand camera and the mechanics of the body, and you know you need to understand that stuff in the style so intuitively that you can just pump out frames like this. There's so much right here Just in, I was talking earlier about like compressing shapes. Like this has such a nice shape to it, you know? Even this, like this is so cool. I don't even know if you did that intentionally, but like just being able to follow this line all the way there, it's like, oh, so good. Whereas like, I'm trying, but it's like not quite right. Didn't do it intentionally. Oh, it's really good. Maybe because I drew this line, I don't know. Even like, yeah, like just. Just got it. I just don't got it quite as naturally. I think too flatly. You want to do some concept art for me? I'll pay you. Do you think you could like work within a style? This is all way too big. That's not right. The thumb needs to be way higher. What am I doing? Like even that, like I get so close only to like not have the right anything. I get too close to the image. I think that's my biggest issue is I have this like myopic way of doing this kind of thing where I get so super fixated. My brain like doesn't know how to like look at things properly. Maybe I should have like a preview or something in my top left-hand corner, but I don't look at them when I have them. That's the other problem. When I do have a preview, I just don't look. It's like my brain's just like not built to really have perspective. Maybe that's why pixel art's what I'm good at or something like that. I don't know. Even that, like, dude, this goes this way. This comes that. And I know I'm giving myself a hard time here, and you know, I'm lucky that I even have what I've got skill-wise. For sure, Meow. Do you have rates? Jeffrey says, I set it up like this. Cool. Nice. All right. The time has been boxed. I think it's time to move on. I didn't get what I wanted done here, but it wasn't reasonable to expect myself to get it done. I'm not sure how I feel about this hair. It's not bad. This is just so much better. It's okay. It's not great. I'm gonna save this here and just say save and export. Got it. Yeah, I know. Armin the concept poses. Yeah, I've always been like, just okay. Yeah, there was something here that was cool that I'm going to draw over this fully. I don't like any of, like, the proportions are all, it's almost like I have to draw it first with like reasonable human proportions, and then I'm going to go over it as this. But yeah, I just feel like I have to do it wrong, and then I have to do it kind of better, and then I can do it right. But I never get it right the first go. Because I just don't have the practice, you know. I am not doing it often enough for it to be like a major thing. For me. No shadows help here. Light's gonna help a lot. I also think process is super important. You know, like if you have a really good process down, this stuff is so much easier to do because you just know what you're doing every step of the way. I think anime is a bit like that in terms of like having poses that you know work and how to make those poses work. It starts being more like an alphabet rather than like learning to draw from scratch every time, which for me it kind of does feel like. Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do all those things. So you're right. Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm like no good at anything. I just, this is one of those things that like when I was a kid, this is what I wanted to do. And now I get to do it and I'm okay at it. But like that kid, there was a version of Adam who probably would be pretty good by now. It's just that I think there were too many sweats. It was too hard. I don't think I was good enough to make it as an artist. Among the best, you know, like the people who are like really, really good to do it professionally and get like an actual good, you know, I don't even know what a good wage is for a concept artist or something like that, but especially living in Australia, it was like, this isn't going to happen for me. And I wanted to do other things too. I don't think I'd be happy if I just drew art all day. I wouldn't be able to do all this other stuff that I do. Yeah, a bit garbage, but anyway, we're getting there. And there's still so many wrong things about this anatomically that I've got to correct. Like this and this, they can't do that. Well, you kind of can. Your ankle can twist a little. But is it photogenic to do it this way? That's the other thing, you know, I always think about this, like the difference between like anatomically correct versus photogenic. Like something can be correct, doesn't mean it looks good. And some things look good that aren't anatomically correct. Yeah. I think we could bring, I think the head, if I brought it down, there might be something there. I brought it way over here. Tilted the body a little more. It just might not have the same vibe. Yeah, when I do pixel art, so do I. It's just here, maybe I'm not. There's something about the, what's the word? Like the medium of pixel art, where I just block up something that looks cool first, and then I can play with it. But because in pixel art, I'll start like this. I'll go, I'll literally mold it out of like out of clay almost, you know? Like, okay, this here, up here, sword this way. Head's gonna be here, and I'll bring in a second tone, and I'll be like, okay, this is gonna face us. This is gonna do this. You know, get this shoulder up here. Maybe I should be doing this for this as well. Yeah, it's already kind of more interesting. I just feel like I can play with the shapes a little better that way, and I'm thinking about things a little more, you know, again, like you said, silhouettes and lights and shadow. Hey. We'll come back to this thing. The problem I think with this is that actually the head needs to be, if you're going to do this, the head needs to be over here, and all of this needs to be back here. I mean, that's already a super, much more interesting thing. I don't know. There's a pose, I think it's a Zelda pose. I think it's from Ocarina of Time, of Link doing something like this. Some concept art. I'm not sure which one it is. It's very familiar, this pose, to me. You know which one I'm talking about? Sometimes I wonder if I'm just making this stuff up. Like, in my head, I know what I'm talking about, but I actually can't, like, it's not here. So, like, did I just make that up? That's cool. Look at that. I don't know which game it's from. I feel like it's an Ocarina of Time. I think it's this Link. But it might be Smash Bros. Raz. Oh, is it Soul Calibur? Oh, it's something. Or it's... There's another... There's like a pose that I'm thinking of. I think it's the Clim Hazard. I don't know. It's something. May I link attack pose? Pose. Oh, yeah. I think this is the one. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yes. Oh, pretty close. That's the one. I just had the sword the other way. Just a different point in the attack. It's that arched back, the chest thrust up, because the back is so arched that we're gonna come and slash. You know, like it's fully locked. I don't like the sword this way, actually, in this one. But I really like this. In fact, do you know what else this is? There's another thing that this reminds me of. This thing here. This is Cammy from Street Fighter 6 doing her critical art. I love this game. I love this critical art too. Oh, not this one. The other one. The non-critical. Cami SF6. I think it's CA, but it's Super 3. Otherwise. The level, yeah. Just so cool. That's such a sick pose. Whack. Oh man, what a concept. Look at the frame. Like, pow. With the light and everything. Oh man, the Unreal Engine. The only thing about this, if I was directing this, oh, I like the pull out here, the zoom, but I think you go laterally. I think you got to get the camera going, whoa, like in this case, you're right. You got to pull to the right as the kick goes through. I know we want to see her on screen, but I would pull the camera back the other way. Anyway. Yeah, maybe you're right, so that it fits in the thumbnail. You're probably right. And this brings me back to this, which is what I was doing in the first place. You're probably right. Yeah, I actually way prefer drawing this way. I don't know why I wasn't doing it like this. I guess I just was insecure. Hey, how's it going, River Worker? That's the thing, like the more you straighten it out, the more it kind of works again. But I want us to be under. I want the chin to be that. And I think we lost something when we did. It's looking very feminine now, but can't be under if we're seeing the top of his thighs. What? What are you talking about? The thing is, people have like volume. So like depending on the way that the camera angle is set up, like what you can see, the perspective, the things you can see from a position, your eye looks up and down. You're not looking from a fixed, like, how do I put this? Like this is below, this is above, right? So this can be above us and this can be below us if we're here. Also, this can be tilted down. So like, it's not, nothing is, you know what I mean? Maybe I don't know. I feel like whenever I do this kind of stuff, and this is not I'm reminded of this because of the conversation we're having right now, but it's not like a specific dig or anything. But like, I feel like when I'm doing this kind of stuff, I always know what I'm trying to do. And I feel like I can always make a case for it. But it still doesn't look good. Like what I'm saying, I feel like it makes sense in principle, but, and it's like, it's not that we shouldn't be able to see his thigh. That doesn't make sense to me. But I could be wrong. Yeah, trying a different technique, right? What I meant is this is a front view and not an under view of the character. But what I mean is that like that's not a that statement is not specific. It doesn't contain enough information to be useful, because when you say we are under or we are over a character, because a character has volume, we are above some parts and we're under other parts. Do you know what I mean? Like if this is a whale, it's a huge whale, yeah? And you're swimming here. Are you under the whale or are you over the whale? It's like, well, I'm above the fins, but I'm below the mouth. Like, because it has a height, it's not a point. If this is a point and this is a point, you could say, well, yeah, I'm below this point, I'm above this point if I'm here. But like, if a thing has height and you're looking at it, well, the statement isn't true for all of it. So like, we can be under his chin and above his feet. Our eye line can be between those 2 points. Just like Link here, you know, and the things can be rotated in such a way that they're showing us the top of them, even though, you know, Link, this could be above us and we could still be able to see the top or the bottom of it, depending on how it's rotated. But maybe I'm just not doing a good enough job of expressing what I'm trying to do here. So like, there's still a criticism that probably is valid to make, but I feel like that's not the one necessarily. And it's not like, I am being defensive, but like, probably because I want it to look good, but not, I don't want to confuse myself, you know what I mean? As to what I should be changing. Very similar pose to where I started, but maybe a little better. Harry Potter? From the games? I think I know what you mean. Maybe this should cross over the body more. Yeah. Feels like I'm scratching something. Hello. I think it's better than where I was. I want a backseat so much. You could backseat a little. If your advice is really good, I'm happy for you to backseat. But you got to be confident. If you're Miamu, you're entitled to a backseat. You got to be able to be better than me to backseat me. Oh man, that's so hard. I don't want to ruin the contour. I feel like I'm going to though. this nose out. Even that's better than what I was just doing. I still want to see the underside of the face though. Hey Batcode, do you have tutorials on the state machine? I do, sort of. If you check my YouTube channel, I do have a state machine video. Yeah. The only thing is, like, because I'm working on it, like, there might be some things that you see that, like, I could see them. I'm just not not up to them yet. You know what I mean? Because it's a work in progress. So that's the only time when backseating can be a little bit bad. And but sometimes it's like I can't see them, and it will take me a little while. So if you can tell that I'm not going to check, like I'm not going to get there by myself as quickly, then you can help speed me up. But it's hard for me to not get defensive because it's like, well, I was going to do that, and you're just jumping in and not letting me do my work. You know, that would be the first. I don't know what the word is. That would be the unfortunate knee-jerk reaction that I would have. And I've been doing this long enough that you would think that I wouldn't have that reaction, but I do still have that reaction sometimes. So as long as you don't mind me maybe having that reaction, maybe me getting defensive, then it's not too bad if you backseat. Especially, I think a lot of it comes down to like what can be communicated in chat. I feel like that's a huge one. If you can communicate with like a picture and you just draw like a red line edit and I can see exactly what you mean, it's like, oh yeah, cool, awesome, I'll fix that. But if it's more like, make it better, you know, like the quality of the feedback has to be good. I don't know, man. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm getting quite confident with it in terms of it like meeting my expectations. It's better than this one. It's better. I got where I wanted perspective-wise. And the pose is more dramatic. It's more interesting to look at. Oh yeah, look, I do so much work on myself because I'm quite a critical person. So like I know when I'm not having a reaction that is helpful on stream, or not fair to the other person who's just trying to help. I know when I'm doing it like wrong or whatever, but it's also hard to control oneself sometimes, you know, like it's very easy to get defensive just because you feel like you're getting attacked, you know, and it takes me like, I'm the kind of person that like, maybe just the way I grew up or like whatever, I don't do that well with scrutiny. Like I get quite sensitive about being judged. Even though I'm here on the internet doing this game stuff and whatever, like you would think I would have really thick skin. I really don't have that thicker skin. If I can't tell that the person is coming from a good place, if I can tell that they're being like, just trying to be constructive, like it's fine. But like if someone's coming across as critical of me as a person, like someone yesterday, I'll be honest, like someone yesterday came in and they said, don't you think that you are kind of like wasting your time answering all these questions on stream? Shouldn't you be getting back to the game? Which is really a criticism of my judgment, right? Or my work ethic or something like that. Like there's something kind of a little bit thinly veiled in that comment that's like, feels like a personal attack to me. You know, it's like, oh, like, is it not clear that I'm trying to put effort into what I'm doing? Like, am I not here working every day on my game and trying to just do the best? Like, is it that obvious that I'm doing a bad job that you think everyone else is just being polite to me, but actually I'm really screwing this up and like you need to make a comment about what I'm, you know what I mean? Like those are the thoughts that go through my head. And you know, it may well be that that person's just got a critical mindset or like whatever. They're just skeptical in general. Maybe that's just the way they think about the world. But I take it as criticism. You know, like I take it as like a personal attack from someone who, I guess, the reason why I get so sensitive, I suppose, is because I feel as though maybe people who have an outside perspective on me can see me better than I can. So it's almost like an embarrassment. Like I get embarrassed that like, oh, like I must be really bad at this. You know, that's the first response. And then the second response is like, hang on a second, I work really hard on this and why can't you see it? And I get angry about it. So that's where the defensiveness comes from. It's like, I just want people to see that I'm trying. And if I saw someone trying and maybe they weren't doing it the way that I thought they might be best positioned to, I would want to be supportive of them. I would want to say, hey, like, I can see you're working hard on this. Like, have you ever considered blah? Like, that would be what I would want to hear. Because that's what I'd say, because that's what I want to hear from people. So, you know, the real answer is like, people aren't naturally good at giving criticism. That's like not a skill that everybody has. And it's not up to them. It's not up to, like, I can't just expect that from them. And so the defensiveness thing, for me, I'm working on it. It's like, I need to have a little bit more respect for myself. You know, if I get feedback that I don't necessarily agree with or whatever, like, I don't have to immediately go into like alarm mode. Like, but I suppose a lot of it becomes difficult when my worst opinions of myself if that's echoed by somebody in chat. You know, sometimes I'm insecure about it. Sometimes I think, oh, maybe I'm lazy because other people are successful or more successful than me or something like that. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. And then when someone says, hey, don't you think you could be a little bit more efficient because you're, you know, talking to chat so much or something, then it's like I'm face to face with the thing I fear most about myself. You know, the thing that I fear is true of me. And then that's when I get most defensive, because it's like they're saying something that I fear is true about me, even if that's not rational for me to fear that, even if it's not real or honest. I think the fear of doing it wrong and it being something that other people can see is I'm sensitive to that, for sure. The idea that like I'm unaware of how bad I am at what I'm doing. Or something like that. I don't know. Oh, thank you so much. Queel? Thank you. I'm trying. I know, like, I genuinely don't think that I'm that very good at it, but down. Yeah. So, yeah, that's not to say, I'm not trying to say don't give feedback. Like, it's okay. I want to get better at receiving feedback. It's really, actually, I think this is like a content creator issue. I think this is just like what happens when you go into content creation and you get a really whacked perspective. Like I get comments from people from all over the planet who have different ideas of me in like so many different sources of feedback from so many different people, you know? And it's really hard to filter it in a way that is reasonable because I don't know these people. So like, I had someone, I don't know if I should say this. It's a good anecdote, but it might be a bit sensitive. Okay, a prominent pixel artist made a negative comment about a video that I came out with recently because they believed that a phrase that I used was incorrect. Like I used the wrong terminology. And they used quite strong language in this post that they made. Strong to me. I mean, I found it strong language, as in like quite damning or critical, very critical. And my gut reaction, like I was just about to go for a walk when I received this notification. My gut reaction was like, yeah, of course, like panic. And like, I was upset. Because it's like, but how am I supposed to, you know, prevent things like this from happening? Like, I'm just trying to make content in a way that is, you know, that people might like, you know, I'm just trying to help people with lessons that I've learned. How was I ever going to make that video in a way that or any video that ensures that like I never ever get a term wrong, or I never ever, you know, I'm not omnipotent or omniscient. So, you know, my thought was to get angry at this person. My first thought. because it's like, well, don't they realize this about me? Can't they see that I'm not, you know, that I'm doing my best? And do they really think that I should just stop making content? Would that be better? Because that's the only way I could not tick them off in this context. It was just like, be so averse to the prospect of getting it wrong that I just don't make content anymore. Or what, I'd ask him first about it. It was about the definition of the word pixel perfect and what that really means. Pixel perfect means something in game engines, apparently differently to what it has originally meant in the scene that created that phrase. And part of this is because of the fact that Unity has a component called pixel perfect. And most people refer to pixel perfect in this kind of flawed way where what they think it means is, according to this person, what they think it means is that every pixel on screen in the art is represented by, is faithfully represented. So it looks like the whole game could be run at a low resolution. That's what people think pixel perfect means. But this person was saying that actually what pixel perfect means is that the game is coded in such a way that it is writing the graphics directly to output pixel addresses to the GPU or to the monitor directly, so that you can do things like palette cycling and memory hacks and little bits and pieces to get, like, you're actually coding the pixels. That's what this person was suggesting was the real definition of pixel perfect. Now, I don't have a problem with that being the case. Maybe it's true. Like, I don't know. I've never heard of that definition, but it could be true. But like, isn't this a great opportunity to educate us if we don't know? You know, maybe this could be cool content. Maybe we could collaborate. Maybe we could talk about it. Like, whatever. But like, to get angry about it is like, well, if you're gonna do that, like, and then make it out like I'm sort of a villain or someone who's like trying to mislead people, or like that's clearly not what's happening. Like, I'm just doing my best, and I even said it in the video. I said something like, don't worry about what people on forums 30 years ago said. And this is one of those things that, like, you had to be on the internet 30 years ago on these forums to even like have heard this definition, as far as I am concerned, or be in like maybe the emulation scene. Maybe they're more aware of this definition. But like, how am I supposed to receive that? In the end, I kind of walked away from the conversation that we had being like actually okay about it, because I think I just understood where they were coming from, and I felt I pitied them a little bit in a way, not in a negative way, but like in like I get that this person is trying to preserve a little piece of the culture that they're a part of, and that they see me and my post and whatever as erosion of the thing that they find important. And because I can empathize with them in that way, so I can understand what that must feel like, I will choose not to take it personally, because I know what that feels like. I've been pedantic about language before. I get it. And it sort of let me like relax a little bit. But that is like a level of maturity that I do not have out of the box. Like, I don't have that naturally. It took me like 20 minutes of being in this discussion with this person and thinking about it on a walk and like, working through it mentally before I could say like, you know what, like, this isn't about me, and that's okay. Like, this is something that they're going through, and that I just happen to be a target, and that's fine. But it really took me a long time to get to that point. And even like, you know, I don't know. The thing I'm trying, I was saying this yesterday, and I do, something is happening. Something has changed within me. Something is happening in my brain that's getting rewired as of like the 1st of January 2025. Something is happening. What does that have to do with your ability as an artist, right? Oh, hey, Flip Switch. Hey, dude. Oh, what the hell? Hey, sorry. Let me look at the YouTube comments. Flip Switch says, "Hey, Adam, thanks for the kind words the other day. Someone clipped it and showed me. Means a lot right now after releasing game, not having to do it well." Oh, wow. I got to remember that people do that. Don't be hard on yourself. Isn't that the difficult state of all artists, though? Am I actually really bad at this? Yeah, dude. Look, you are. I said it in the clip. Like, you're one of my favorite developers. And I've, from the beginning, like the first time I saw your channel, I was kind of like just infatuated with the way that you make stuff, because I can see where the love comes from and I share that love. So like, yeah, of course I feel that way. It's too pure. But yeah, like this other artist, like, you know, like I said, I get where they were coming from. It is what it is. Like I said before, like they're also like this is the thing. Oh yeah, I was talking about the leaf that I've turned. I am someone who is oh, hey, Flip Switch, you're back. I am multi-streaming. Yeah. Sorry, I got two chats to keep up with. My brain, and I'm focusing on my work. I'm a content creator and I'm an artist. When I create content, a lot of it's educational, it's advocacy. That means that I've got stat points in two areas. The people who are, oh, I'm not recording. Oops. I'm still live, right? It says my stream offline, but maybe that's wrong. Anyway, oh, did I go up? No, I've been live for a while. That's fine. Cool. This whole time I've been talking to myself. I'm a content creator. I am an artist and a developer. And because I have skills in different areas, I'm never going to be the absolute expert and the absolute best at whatever discipline I'm educating about, if I'm doing any kind of education or whatever, communication about a topic. And it's almost always the case that the people who are absolute monsters at some technical thing, most of the time, they're not good communicators. And I can't be responsible in my life for worrying about being perfect. I can't do it. Like, I can only be me, and with my flaws, I have to be okay with that. I'm not the best teacher. I'm not the best pixel artist. I'm not the best game developer. I'm not the best anything. I'm just me. And I'm not an imposter. That's the thing. It's really getting over imposter syndrome. Like, I'm not claiming to be something that I'm not. So I shouldn't feel ashamed of who I am. That's how I feel. because I have been ashamed of who I am for like most of my life. But for the sake of like my projects, like I cannot carry that anymore. Like it's too hard to do that. So I have to be okay with the quality of the content that I put out, the quality of the games that I make, the quality of feedback that I give, the quality of the code that I write. Like I have to be okay with it not being the best or impervious to criticism. I can't make perfect things. And there's always going to be someone who's better than me who can pick at what I do in a way that exposes some weakness or something. But that I can't hide until that's no longer possible, because it'll always be possible for someone to pick at it. You know? And it genuinely makes me a worse person to try. You know what I mean? Like the kinds of feelings that I have felt and the way those feelings have caused me to act in response to these kinds of sentiments about myself are unhealthy and hurtful, or potentially just, if not hurtful, just contrary to my purpose. If I get defensive about feedback that someone gives to me, like, what, like, it's almost like there's a mismatch between how confident I am in myself and what, you know, like, if you expect yourself to be perfect and someone tells you that you're not, you get upset. But you only get upset if you expect yourself to be perfect. Because if someone says, hey, Adam, like you did something wrong, and I go, yeah, I guess I did. I guess I didn't know what that word meant, or I guess I wasn't aware of that definition, or hey, I guess I'm still figuring this stuff out. Like, then there's like no emotional response. You just go, yeah, you're right, you know? So it's like when you, like, I think it's good to strive, but it's also good to be reasonable. It's like the striving can't come from a place of self-hatred. You can't be, I have this thing. I think I got it from Jordan Peterson. I'm not a fan of Jordan Peterson, but I might have got this analogy from him. Or I might have adapted it from something that I heard him say, and I'm going to take credit for it from here on. There is a real major difference between running towards heaven and running away from hell. That's the difference. When you strive, if you strive towards something that you are passionate about, you're inspired by something, you are engaged, there is no like ego in that, right? You're just here excited to learn, to listen. It's like you're watching a tutorial on something that you've never known anything about, so you're a beginner. Like for me, I've been learning about 3D printing recently. I don't have any ego around 3D printing or electronics because I don't have any expectations about myself. I just like listening to what people have to say and learning about it. I'm inspired by something that I don't know how to do, and one day I'm going to try it and figure it out and do that stuff. So I'm not running away from self-hatred that comes from me not knowing how to do 3D printing. You know, I'm not like thinking about, oh, I'm so bad because blah, blah, blah. None of those expectations exist. You only start feeling shitty once you start expecting things of yourself and not being okay with not meeting your own expectations. Or expecting yourself and other people seeing something in you that that confirms the bias you have about yourself. Yeah, like I think it's even possible to compete in a healthy way. I do think that's true as well. Like I look at, every time I do game design or whatever, like I look at my heroes and I think, how do I achieve this or do something better than this? I think it's okay to be critical. It's just not okay to turn that criticism on yourself in a way that, how do I put this? At least in my case, when you're a kid, a child, and you get disciplined over something that you don't understand. If someone, this is the word. You learn shame, right? At some point in your life, you learn to be ashamed of something, of yourself, or what you're able to do or what you can't do or whatever. I think it's the thing that's bad is shame and trying to navigate away from shame because of being afraid of being shamed. Because it hurts to be told by other people that you aren't good or that you know, whatever. So for me, like, my game's not gonna change the world, you know? It's not gonna like raise anybody from the dead, you know? Like, it's just a video game made by some guy. And when I give feedback to somebody, I'm a first-time director. I've got a lot of experience in education or whatever, but like, I'm not gonna be perfect. So having the humility to say like, hey, even though I can recognize what good looks like, I also have the humility to know the delta, or to accept the delta between where I am and what perfection looks like, and to accept that delta will always exist, and that's okay. Like, it's okay to be on the journey. I think that's the thing. Like right now, today, I've been a little anxious. I've been a little anxious about like the fact that I basically spent the whole stream doing this art because I kind of expected to be doing other things today. And the fear is that like I don't have very good impulse control because I've just been sitting here drawing all day. Even though I'm trying really hard and I'm working really hard on this, there's like something that I don't accept about myself, that I'm shaming myself for. That it's kind of arbitrary that I've chosen to do that. But the thing that needs to change in that context, yeah, well, it's because I've got like a task list, and it's like, oh, I've got to do all this stuff, you know, before tomorrow. But it's like, it's possible that that me drawing is there's nothing wrong with this, and that what's unrealistic is not my expectation that I do this the first try. I mean, that is unrealistic, that I should do this the first try. But the unrealistic expectation comes from the fact that I'm not okay with putting the time into this, or that I'm afraid about, I don't know how to put it, like, it's my only option. I have to put too much on my plate. It's not possible for me to balance all of these things that I've got to do. So, I just need to run away from feeling bad about it. I guess I am guilty of procrastinating. Even this discussion right now, I could be critical about myself and say, Adam, shouldn't you be, you know, working right now? But it's like, give me a break, you know? I got to give myself a break at some point. Like, why should I feel bad about not being perfect at managing my schedule? I can work towards being better at it, but why should I feel ashamed of being bad at it? That's the thing. Like, why should I feel angry or upset that I didn't do a perfect job today? That's going to distract me from doing a better job. Like I think that's the real thing. For me, at least, that's the thing that like really twists me up, is like, I don't trust myself to self-improve unless I'm hurting myself. You know, it's like the only way to get me to move forward in my life is with a whip. That's the like negative thought, I think. Like, I have to deride in order to get me to improve. But I don't think that's actually true. I think that's really bad. And I think it comes from something that I learned when I was a kid that has nothing to do with anything. But, you know, it's been modeled for me in my life that if something's not the way you want it, you have to try harder and be upset about it to force yourself to try harder. But actually, I can choose to do it a different way. I think you can just say, hey, like, let's be curious about how to do better in our scheduling today. Like let's approach this problem that we care about. We do want to do a better job, but like, let's approach that the way I think about 3D printing. What can I learn about schedule keeping that I can get excited about and interested in that'll help me do a better job next time? I don't have to feel guilt and shame. I can just do a better job. I can just feel good about doing a better job next time and trying hard, you know? Anyway, flip switch, you mentioned wanting to do some pixel art on Insignia. I really, oh, thank you, Hexical. Yeah, I don't know how we could make it happen, but I would never turn it down. I just think we'd have to find a pathway toward making it happen. I'm starting to realize that the more people I let into my life around my work, the better my work gets. And this is a skill, guiding people towards producing content towards a single vision. That's what directing is, and that's what I've wanted to do for a long time. So the more people are on Insignia, the more I get to practice being a director. So I'm sort of trying to push myself to take on more stuff, assuming that I can have the mental fortitude to like feel good about it and not hate myself. So yeah, the only thing is right now, speaking directly to Flip Switch, but anyone, I have a limited budget and a limited time frame that I can spend that budget in until the next round of funding we have to apply for or find. So I'm figuring some of this stuff out. Right now, it's like the project doesn't have enough of a budget to scale up. It just doesn't. It doesn't have the funding to continue at its current scale. We're going to run out in Feb when we produce this next demo, and then it'll be up to me to go shop it around and like try to get people to fund it. So from that point, you know, different story. All right. Speaking of funding, I did want to have a look at this pitch deck, and I do think I'm going to go play some like tennis at like in like an hour. So for about the next 45 minutes, I can continue doing some work. So let's take a look at this. Let's be curious and present about our thing. In fact, let's not run away from what we were just doing. Let's take some of these poses and use them in the prototype for our thingo. This is the whole point of why I was doing this today. That's going to be the map. This is going to be gameplay. Could flip this. Flip it this way. Go back here. And then for world and story, we have a different one, which we can use. This is the thing, like man, a lot of the work that I do, shame is a big part of it. Like, I should be okay with going, hey, I should have been okay with just copying this one, to be honest. Even if I was going to redo it, for the purposes of the pitch, it doesn't need to be perfect. Like, I can take these work in progress versions and use them for this purpose. Like, I just have to just grayscale it and go, yeah, I'll fix that later. Hey, 8-Bit King, thank you so much. So maybe we can turn that off for now. Oh yeah, this is where I wanted that to be. Maybe I'll put it on this side. I'll take this, put this over here. I'll take this, put it over here. Take this, put it here. You'd even go like mega big. Hair loss setting in early? What do you reckon, 8-Bit? You think so? How old do you think I am? Oh, Armin's hair loss. I'm like, what are you trying to say? Yeah. He's gone bald. He's lost it. Yes. I would love to have characters here. Oh man, that would be so good. Characters. Maybe like standing over a map of Kayama. That's what I call it. Or like an ensemble. Or eating together. Maybe eating is a little too weird, but like discussing blacksmithing, something like that, like all the blacksmiths. Walking on the beach, that's actually kind of cool. So there's actually really important parts here that I need to describe. The diagram showcasing the insight system is, so it's really like platforming quests and crafting. Combat. Or maybe like platforming combat. How best to block this out? Kickstarter. Kickstarter is something that we definitely, I would consider it for sure. I am considering it very carefully already. Well, this is the game overview. The core gameplay. I think this needs to be maybe a little tighter. Maybe this is like a ABC. Like a diagram maybe of like short term platform combat, collecting items, Hmm. Like, I didn't really nail that because I was stuck on it. Mhm. Yeah. I've done a lot of on stream. We do like a giveaway thing, and that giveaway thing has had what's the word? There are already a lot of like put your thing in the game situation. It's like 100 I've committed to, but they're very minor. So we would still do it in the Kickstarter, but I would ask a high price for those. I think maybe we'd do like 20, and they'd be like over 100 or a couple $100 each or something like that. You're making your mark in the game is like a big one. I get that for sure. The thing is, where I'm at with the game, every move that I make from this point on has to be really committal. Like if I do a Kickstarter, it has to be very high above average. In terms of its how much of a backing it gets. Like it would need to have over 100k USD, I think, to be a good Kickstarter. If it was something like, if I was still solo and it was like, and we got like 30k, different story, that would be fine. But because I'm no longer solo, because the production value of the game's gone up and there's like, you know, I think the game only works at the scale that it is, at the scale that the game is at. It's what it's trying to be. For it to release as that, it has to be the kind of game that gets people talking, and the kind of game that if it does a Kickstarter, the Kickstarter does really well. You know, we get a big publisher behind us. I know that feels like super ambitious and probably not realistic. I know, but that's where we're at. Like, unfortunately, you know, if it's just, I wasn't very good at setting a more realistically scoped project in terms of like, even little things like the animation and art style. You know, if that had been lower, if the game world had been simpler, if it had just been like a more straightforward thing, you know, then maybe it would have been no problem. But I think it actually started with drawing a character that looks this tall, if you believe it or not. I think drawing this character at 50 or so pixels tall and not doing line art. If I had made a smaller character and given that character line art, I think that the game world could have been a lot simpler. Also, if I had committed to a less organic art style, if I had just gone for like blocks, it would have been way easier. I had like I just picked something that has a lot of fidelity behind it, and because of that, everything needs states. So many states. You know, like this in a different game, that's 1 frame. That's not 3 frames. You know, a jump could be 2 frames. You know, this doesn't need 2 animations. You know, it's just 2 frames. But in this case, because it's like, well, you know, he's got all these little things he can do, that everything needs like extra animation states. Everything needs like to be done at a level of polish that maps to, you know, that first standard that I set. And the other thing that I created, the other problem I created for myself was like little things like this, right? Like, because there's melee combat, when you have like platforming, because you can air stall. I don't know what that was. Did I just miss that ledge? I don't know what that was. Because you can air stall, like even the balance of the game is kind of hard. So like, you know, it should be straightforward enough to say, oh, you can jump this many blocks, right? That should be a thing you can do. Oh, what's happening? Something's plugging in. What? Something's unplugging? What's happening right now? My computer okay? What? Sticky keys? What's happening? Okay, we're back. You know, if it's like, okay, you can jump this many blocks. 1, 2, 3. It's like, oh, my camera. Oh, shoot. One sec. Hey, not my camera. I think... Hang on, pals. Hang on. 1 sec. That was like... It wasn't the camera. It was like the USB. Well, maybe it was the camera, but I think it's. I've got a I was gonna say multi-tap. I've got a USB adapter that has 4 USBs on it, and I think it unplugged for some reason. Something happened to it where it, like all of my devices, like my tablet is also connected to that hub. USB hub. That's what it's called. So I don't know what just happened then. My USB multi-tap. That's right, I'm a gamer. So for example, like we were doing like stuff today where it's like, oh, like you can jump this far, right? Because if the character was a single point on the screen, whether you can land on this or fall, it's really straightforward to say, oh, this is how far you can jump, and that's where you land. As soon as you add width to the character, you make it a little more complicated. As soon as you add ledge grabbing, you make it a little more complicated. As soon as you add the ability to like air stall or attack things midair and get a little bit extra, you make it a little bit more complicated. So now the answer to the question of like, how far can you get in one jump? You add coyote time. It's like, well, if you run and then you use the maximum coyote time and then you air stall, you can actually go this far. And that's an extra block. And so now we have to decide whether or not you should be able to jump, whether or not we ever ask you to jump this far, you know? And it's things like that across the whole game make it, because I set that standard at the beginning of the character being a certain size and the character being able to do certain things, everything becomes more complicated. You have to describe the state of so many things, especially because I'm trying to do so much explanation in game. I don't have like a lot of UI. So like even little things like this, yeah, check this out. Like I'll give you the perfect example. So like this thing has like, it's this thing, you need to like light it up, and you light it up by bringing enemy souls to it. Now, the state, the percentage of this thing could say 1 out of 3 in a big words above the top of it, you know. But instead, it's like, no, I want you to be able to like do this. Okay, this could say, you know, blah blah get and show it in the UI up the top here. But instead, it's like, no, it has to follow you around physically in the space. Okay, because it's following me around physically in the space, it's like, oh, it has to be able to personally navigate into the slot. Now that's all really cool, but it requires like so much state management. There's so much stuff that goes into like the ability came out of the enemy can follow you around, the ability can follow you around, the ability can go into this slot, and then when I do this, like now I have the ability and now I get to do, like, there's so much granular stuff. Even this backflip ability I just got, if you use it on a wall, you go further back than if you, like when you jump off the wall, you go further back than if you use it in midair, because if you use it in midair, you can use it to, if you go that far when you, no matter what, like if I come back over here, right, I can like slide up this and like jump off this to like land on that, for example. But what I don't want to be able to do is like run and then backflip to make it further than I normally would have, like to use it as like a horizontal move, because it's just to get you vertical height. But I wanted you to be able to kick off the wall too. So it's like, you know, being able to do this and then that, you know, because the moves are designed for the abilities to have utility, they need to be different. And for them to be different, there needs to be breakpoints. So like this one is the one that gives you the horizontal charge. You know, this here lets you go this way. So now over here, it's like, okay, the idea is you come up here, you jump off, and then you can charge that way. That's cool, but like, you have to be really careful not to, like, for that to even be a puzzle, this thing can't make you go backwards really, really far if you're not on a wall first. Because otherwise you can cheese it, right? You'd maybe be able to do this. Maybe you could run over here, stall in the air, and then backflip. You know, maybe you could do this. I might still be able to cheese it. No, not quite. But like, that means now we have two different versions of this attack. One that has, oh man, you could almost, no, I don't think you can. I think I did a good enough job nerfing it. There's two versions of that attack with two different velocity curves on them. Or almost, I don't think so, but somebody might be able to. Oh. As long as it's way more obvious to do it this way, then it's fine. I don't know why the particles fly off like that. They're not supposed to do that. Like, it's fine for the game to have like cheese strats. It's just like, it can't be so obvious how to do them that it ruins the game for everybody else. That nobody knows, nobody does it right because everyone does it the cheesy way. Yeah. Like this thing, this sends you up, but if this thing sends you up, and like previously this thing also sent you up a little bit, you get like a little bit more height out of it. So the difference between this and the other one, again, if they're not different enough, then it's no good. Oh, that wasn't very good. Anyway, hard to do. Hard to do. Takes a lot of testing. And then when your game has, again, so many animation states, it's like, and all these moves have to be useful in combat too, right? Like it's not just that they are good for platforming because the game has combat in it. So now you got to be able to like do this, 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 and then that, you know, which is cool. It's cool you can do it, but holy shit, it took a lot of time to get there. Like even like this little thing, like 2 weeks ago, you could like jump across this way and then do this and land here. You could literally just like coast and do that and touch it. Whereas now it's like you have to do this. The green particles are leaves with animated sprites. Yeah, they're particle systems with sprites. That's correct. Yeah. That's right. So, you know. And also because it's platforming and it's combat, like the camera needs to be really good. You know, we currently zoom in and out depending on what we want you to focus on and look at. You know, when the camera pulls out, it's a lot easier to do this jump. Compared to like here, it might be better to do combat a bit closer up. But if I didn't pull out, you might not even be able to see the edge of that. So even just like the amount of work that goes into just guiding the player around the level, showing them things they haven't seen yet. Like this scene here has like a full-on little cutscene at the beginning to show you where you need to go, so that when you walk into the level, you have some anticipation about what you're trying to do next. Again, if I had smaller levels, you wouldn't need to do that. The player would just play. It's complicated. Games are really hard. I was saying this yesterday. I know I kind of got away with myself yesterday for like 2 hours talking about it, but like the amount of work that this stuff requires just to do it is actually insane. To get it right, to get it at a level that like we expect as players, Flip Switch knows. If you've worked on a game that you want people to like, you've probably spent more than a year on it. You've probably spent more than 3. If it's a good one, if it's gonna have like more than a couple of hours of content. And if you didn't spend more than like 3 years on it, you've probably built on the back of a different game that you spent 3 years on before that one to build all the systems. Fractal. Yeah, it does get pretty crazy. I also want to do like see this in the foreground. I really like this and I want to do more of it. I love that, but I don't want to use the same one every time. I want to do different ones. People say, yeah, why can't you just... Yeah, that's the thing. You try to introduce people to something and they go, this would have been so easy if they just... Meh. And it's like, yeah, but you don't understand. There's like 20 things that depend on it being this way. So if I change that, I'm going to change these things. And being a good developer, like... you learn for things to not be so dependent. You learn to get better at that, but it's still hard. Like the kind of game that you can easily make goes up with your skill, but the better you are at making stuff, the more ambitious you get. So it's always it's the skill to not bite off more than you can chew actually is a skill about failing a lot of times and realizing like, oh, actually, even though I'm getting better at making games, I actually need to have this velocity, this angle be lower. I need to like, I'm going to get this good next time, but I'm going to only aim here, you know? Whereas like for me, it's like, I'm having this experience, but with one game. So instead of it being lots of dashes, little projects, instead it's like one project that's actually gone up in scope, and only after it's balanced out again, it's like one day I'm going to be good enough to make this game. And I'm getting there, but like not in the first 6 years of working on it, not in the first 8 years of working on it. Now in the 8th year, I think the dream of it, it's not getting bigger, but I'm getting better. And the team is obviously helping me. That's why I can't do a $30,000 USD Kickstarter or something like that. That's why it has to be a big one, because the scope got too big. And now I'm trying to like make a development cycle that does the scope justice, you know? Which is fun. It's a bit of fun. What makes Insignia work? Not necessarily on the horizon. It's if I was to do a Kickstarter. I'm not, it's an option. Yeah, action adventure games, I think, are the biggest dev killer. We were talking yesterday for 2 hours about Earthblade. I have an ongoing theory that action adventure games, they're like the final boss of like the action genre. Like if you make an adventure game and then you make it an action adventure game, like it's exponentially harder. If you make a platformer and you want to make it an action adventure platformer, it's like exponentially harder, because you're trying to do action and platforming and tell a good story. You know, you're trying to create short-term, midterm, long-term goals for the player. You're trying to teach them all these different things and keep them invested in all these different ways. And all those things have to be like a perpetual motion machine. You know, you want to give them space to explore. Okay, now you need to be able to support that exploration in a way that keeps the pace, even though they can run around and do whatever they want. It's really hard. and there's a reason why action adventure it's such an influence-based genre. If you look at action adventure in the last like 20 years, those games, every generation, they get influenced by like one game that does really well, and all the games follow that one game. So like Devil May Cry and like God of War and all the Batman Arkham games and Assassin's Creed, in that 2006 to 2011 time period, everything was the same. It's all like you're surrounded by a bunch of guys and one of them steps up and you beat him up, and then another one steps up, you beat him up, and you sort of just jump between guys that you're beating up, and then you do some puzzles or whatever. That was like all the games. And then Dark Souls came along, and then everything became Dark Souls. So it's like the genre uses like it's so hard to make these things that like the minute somebody does a really good job on one, everyone goes, oh, we do that. You know, write that down. You know, it's like, oh, Assassin's Creed comes out and suddenly you've got all these like markers on a mini map, and it's like, oh, you can guide the player with markers. Every game has markers in it. Up until Zelda Breath of the Wild, you're still doing Ubisoft Towers, you know? So, and then like Zelda comes along and innovates in climbing. It's like, oh, you could do non-linear exploration by having climbing, and you can resource gate that. And then every game has climbing in it, you know? So it's just one of those things. Like people, it's because it's so hard to do that copying is something that it's like, if you're making production stuff, you have to make sure it works. You have to follow some formula. And that's why innovating is hard. That's why, like, I was saying yesterday, I looked at Earthblade and I was like, in 2022 at the Game Awards, watching that trailer, I was like, damn, that's going to be really hard to do that level design, because I tried doing level design for my game, and anytime it looked anything like that, it was impossible. You know, like that's really friggin' hard to do. So I hope they're probably better than me, but it's not always like that. Some stuff, I was thinking about cursed problems. I don't think there's such a thing. I think there are negative design spaces that are bad. And then there are hard problems that are overcomable, but you need to be good enough as a designer to get around them. And the cursed problems conversation kind of muddies that a little bit. People are like, oh, well, you can't do this and this. It's like, well, you might be able to. You just might have to understand why it's hard and understand what moves you have laterally to overcome why that thing is hard, or to change it just slightly so that it works again. Like where that balance needs to be. So like in the level design thing, my game's map is non-Euclidean. That means that like the spaces do not rely on each other. This thing can be twice as big. It doesn't change the size of these things. Because I've got gates. Everything, you just teleport to another space. If I make this half as big, doesn't change anything about the rest of the game. But if you do one giant room as your game, everything needs to affect everything else. You know, like for this door to connect to that door, this level has to sit here, and now none of this works, so you got to refashion everything. If you design a good puzzle piece out of gameplay, you make a little design template, you go, oh, it'd be really cool if the player could do this little flip and then do that. Okay, now you have to find a place to put that doesn't create too much padding or shrink or like cut out something. If this needs to be smaller, okay, what about the room above it? Does that need to be smaller? What about the room below it? Does that need to be smaller? What about the two rooms either side? Do they have to come in? Do you create a space for another room over there that needs to be bigger? It's too hard. Really hard to do that. Better to do it this way. I could even lie to you, you know. I could build you a mini map that looked like a Metroidvania game, that looked like it was a perfect grid, but I could still make this room 3 times as big as the space that it appears to take up, you know? It's just that it wouldn't be like Animal Well, where like in Animal Well, you actually can look at the whole game and say, hey, because I've been to room A and room B, like I've been here, I've been here, I've been here, I've been here, I've been here. There must be something here. That's a Metroidvania thing, and I don't think that's something that I necessarily should do, because I don't really base my game around the minimap, but that's the thing, right? Is it a cursed problem that you need to solve, or is it just not what your game needs to be built around? All right. So the strategy, I think it's important here to talk about sort of why Insignia That's good. So what is this? This strategy. What is this slide gonna do? This is the team. I think really this is gonna go over here. I don't know why I put it over there. Okay. I mightn't have called them that, but I mean, I talk about shit all the time. I might have even called them cursed problems at the time, but there are really, really, really hard problems. I think I probably should talk about the ensign system. I think that's what this should really be about. Actually, I don't think it's the game loop. I think that's not quite right. This is telling you what the game has in it. This is about introduce the viewer to the core kind of like proposition of what the ensign system is about and how that is novel and interesting in a marketing sense. Call it gameplay marketing. Right? It's why is this thing worth building a game around? And I really want to showcase one, the ability learning process, and then usage in puzzles, and then all the possibilities with other abilities. So like, it's the micro, the medium, and the macro vision of like, there's a whole game's worth of things you can do here. That's super important. And then there's an amazing story on the back of this. Yeah. So this thing, I'm not sure what this is. Tools, execution, healthy production. Yeah, this is kind of like, we kind of already have this. This slide and this slide are kind of simple. Hey, Neat Games. So I gotta head off in a couple of minutes, but like, I'm just gonna try to map this a little bit better. What is this? Maybe this doesn't need to be a slide. Maybe I'll just take it out for a sec. Maybe this was supposed to be like a summary, but that's the summary. Yo, AEST. AEST. Thank you so much for the follow. Pizza Slot 420. Thanks for the follow. I agree, Cave Jumper. I think a clip would be good. I got to do two versions of this though. Like you got to have a version of a PDF where it's just static, but video would be really good too. Maybe I'll do like a link, like a YouTube video or something showcasing what it does. Hey, Sub-Zero Black, thank you. Even this is kind of actually just this. Now we're back at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slides again. Hey Hushmed, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Cave Jumper. Maybe I haven't done quite enough to showcase the story. Maybe this, I don't know if it'll be enough. I think this next slide, putting it all together, should be about the broad strokes kind of taking this and maybe yeah, like a bird's eye view of the experience. But that's kind of what this is. It's more than that though. It's more than that. I was thinking of even having like a culture, like something like what it feels like kind of thing. Almost like a collage of other games, media, etc. that create a kind of like a pastiche. Is that what the word is? Oh, like vibes. You know, we're talking about like anime, fantasy, books, movies, 90s movies, fantasy games, and then like other indie games, you know, etc. What engine do I use? I use Unity. You know, we're talking about like the Harry Potters and the Final Fantasy Tacticses and all of that stuff. I think this will help. This idea of like, I want to show like not just what kind of games we're modeling the game after, but like who it's for. This is kind of like partly like, this is, why does this slide exist? Why? To showcase who the game is for and what the marketing kind of like energy, what the vision is. How it should be marketed. All right, and then I gotta go. Thanks, pals. It was such a pleasure streaming for you today. I had such a good time. I would be honored if you join me next Monday for another stream. We'll be back. Maybe I'll have this done by then. Maybe not, but I'm gonna do my very best. Okay? Hey, Meowj. I don't know if that was you who messaged me. I saw someone message me on Discord, but if it wasn't you, please message me on Discord. Send me a request and I'll figure you out. Just name drop yourself. Okay, cool. Just say, hey, this was Meowj. And then I'll be able to, you know, follow that up. Okay, thanks everybody. Well, if you like my content and you're on YouTube, come check me out on Twitch or Patreon. And if you are somebody who, so like patreon.com/. youtube.com/AdamCUnis. That's me. And if you're on Twitch, I got a YouTube channel. You can go find me there. Thanks, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Like I said, I'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,